Hampshire bowled brilliantly, and they'll be looking to do the same this morning.
I agree. Here's Holland again, then runs away from us, and Evans pushes that up to mid-on, fielded by captain Sam Northeast.
I just wonder whether this morning Holland picked all his wickets up from the castle end. Now he came on for a sort of an experiment from this park end, whether they might start obviously with one of Wheel or Fuller from the castle end, but might try and get Holland on from that castle end. The problem is he's sort of midway through this over, so he obviously has to bowl it, but he did his damage from the castle end yesterday.
Here he is again then. Bowls, and Evans leaves that one alone. That's nipped back. Big cries of ooh and ah as it nips back on him.
Very good start this morning from Holland. But Laurie Evans was very positive yesterday, wasn't he? Very positive. As I say, starting this morning, same number of balls as Jamie Smith. And Laurie Evans, 39 not out.
We've got a system which does the best by our young
We'll do an update for silent listeners shortly. As Holland turns again then and bowls to Evans. Evans again leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Ball looks as though it's coming back a little bit. We're not directly behind the line. We're at a wide mid-on. Good first over. In fact, there was only 4 balls to complete last night's over. 4 dot balls, 79 for 5.
Yeah, and the interesting thing from our angle, and it was yesterday as well, it all looks much quicker from this angle. Not that Holland's slow, but it's really going through quickly, and we saw that yesterday. And with a bit of swing, with the trees, you can talk about all sorts of things why the ball swings, but you do feel with these conditions again today, a bit muggy, cloud cover, you'd expect the ball to swing again today. And yesterday, it did enough, but then Laurie Evans, when they looked to get the ball up to the bat and it didn't swing, was very quick at driving the ball away through the covers. Most of his boundaries came off the front foot, driving through the covers yesterday. Jim, I'll let you do this first over, just in case of your update, old boy.
Yes, which is imminent. We've got Scriven to open the bowling from the castle end, and that's a good ball as well to Jamie Smith, who, in contrast to Laurie Evans, has been crawling along. They both faced 48 balls up until the start this morning. Evans was 39, not out, and Smith 3 not out. Here comes that update. Here we go. Well, hoping for better weather today. We only had 24 overs yesterday. It's overcast, but it's warm. The sun's trying to get out. We've had 5 balls this morning. Surrey haven't advanced their overnight total of 79 for 5. Big shout. Scriven bowling to Jamie Smith. Shout for LBW not out, says the umpire. So the score remains on 79 for 5. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Down to the weather this afternoon will be cloudy with some showery rain, hopefully not.
Yes, and a big shout. I wonder if he's just got himself outside the line a touch there. It's very difficult to tell from up here. But Jamie Smith really got his head down yesterday. Exactly what his side needed from him yesterday. So Scriven, on debut, comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Smith. First runs of the day. Turned away by Smith down towards long leg. Is he going to come back for 2? It's in fact going to go for 4. I lost the fielder there to the left of me in our gazebo to the left. So first boundary, first runs of the day, first boundary for Jamie Smith. I'm going to do a bit of manual scoring here as well, because we can't see the scoreboard because we're sat next to it. So I did bring a mirror today thinking that would work. That didn't work, unfortunately. I thought it was quite a clever idea, but sadly my shaving mirror is too small. As Scriven is over the wicket to Jamie Smith, short ball, and Smith punches off the back foot straight out towards extra cover. And there is no run. So good morning to you if you're just joining us here on BBC Solent, BBC London, on the live stream as well. May well be watching and listening. And so I've added 4 this morning. And they've moved on to 83 for 5. And thankfully the weather's a bit better today. Scriven over the wicket he comes to Smith. Smith is forward. The right-handed Jamie Smith pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. From this distance I can't tell whether young Mr. Scriven has got blonde hair or he's done the old bleaching trick. I think it might be the bleaching trick.
Well, I've got some binoculars. I can always have a look.
I'm not that interested. I'm just trying to add some colour. What Mr. Scriven does to his hair is Mr. Scriven's business. As over the wicket he comes once again to Smith, and Smith on his toes punches off the back foot straight out towards Organ, who does the fielding in there at extra cover. There is no run. End of the over. But I was saying, Mr. James, I bought a mirror in this one, thinking that would be a very clever way of seeing the scoreboard, but it didn't really work out terribly well, did it?
If we wanted to see a square inch of the scoreboard, that mirror was perfect.
Yes.
But it was one of those little shaving type mirrors, wasn't it?
It was. To be honest with you, I'd have had to have gone and stood in the middle of the pitch, and you'd have had to have used your binoculars to see the mirror. So unfortunately, it didn't quite work out that, but it was a nice idea.
It was. See, I think that there must be, I think Arundel and the surrounds are right with antique shops.
Yes, I went for a wander this morning to see the castle. Definitely, I could have picked up an antique mirror this morning.
So there is a live feed going on as well via the Hampshire Cricket website. And I guess that will be relayed on the Surrey Cricket website. So if you want to see the live action along with our commentary, then you can look at it that way. Or, of course, you can just listen to us. It's you have an option. We've got a change of bowling, but maybe the Ian Holland over was just to change the ends. Because Brad Wheel is going to bowl from the end that he bowled yesterday. 1 for 29. And here he comes. Bowls. And Evans leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Wheel just took a couple of overs to get going yesterday, didn't he? It was one of the reasons why Surrey raced to 18 without loss. And you just need a few overs when you haven't been bowling for quite a while. He'd been in South Africa, he was self-isolating when he came back, and then bang, 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 all of a sudden 18 for no wicket became 36 for 5. 4 of those to Ian Holland, 1 to this man bowling now.
It'd be the same with Mornay Morkel. He's only been back since last Monday, Tuesday, so hasn't played any cricket.
He's set Wheel again, then runs away from us. Evans drives on the up, pushes it up to mid-off, doesn't really time it.
Yeah, as we were saying, what you'd expect now is, because Holland had those 4 deliveries left from this park end, he had to bowl this morning, but he did all his damage from the castle end, so you'd expect probably Holland now to be bowling the next over from the castle end.
True, that's very true, yeah. Bowled superbly yesterday, didn't he? Bit of swing and beautiful stuff. Just get the ball in the right areas, make the batsman make the mistakes, although to be fair, as you've said, they really were bowled out. That's outside the off stump, and Laurie Evans plays inside.
I was seeing last night, I didn't know this, Ian Holland won, did he win a competition or something?
Yes, he did.
In Australia?
Yeah, cricket competition.
That's
Alan
right.
Border, and I think it was Alan Border mainly. Yes, it was a cricket superstar or something like that.
That's it. Yeah, Adam Collins tweeted about it last night, saying that he's picked up 4 for the man that won the competition, Superstars or whatever, in Australia.
Yeah, he did. So that's why he's sort of into the game fairly late, really. Here's Wheel to Evans. Evans drives. That's gone a little bit quicker this time to Holland at mid-off. I think that's Holland at mid-off.
I'll tell you one thing about Laurie Evans. He looks all right off the front foot at the moment, doesn't he?
He does, doesn't he?
Blimey. Yesterday, everything off the front foot. Big innings this for Laurie Evans in the fact that I think he's out of contract with Sussex at the end of this season. So he's got an opportunity here. Surrey know all about him. He started his career. He came through the Surrey Academy. Yeah. But runs here, in these conditions...
It's on 39 at the moment. There's Wheel bowls. That's outside the off stump again. It's interesting, isn't it? Because we were at Hove, first Bob Willis Trophy game of the season. And 1 or 2 players weren't picked, and he was one. Luke Wells was another, and there was a little bit of sort of chatter going on around the place about why 1 or 2 players hadn't been selected. And Jason Gillespie, the head coach, actually was really good, because he likes coming on the radio and that sort of thing, and he was asked by Adrian Harms, who's our equivalent of BBC Sussex, and mainly by listeners who had tweeted in and emailed in some questions. That's outside the off stump again, a little bit wider this time. That ends the over 83 for 5. And he's really good, Jason Gillespie, isn't he? I know you've done commentaries when he would have come on from various times, and he'll just answer it honestly. And he said, "Do you know what?" He said, "We finished 6th last year, not good enough. What do we do? Do we play roughly the same sort of players again this year, and or do we try and go in a slightly different direction and see where that takes us?" And I thought, you know what?
Yeah.
Good on you.
No, absolutely. And if you're going to do it, now's the time in this competition.
And Evans was one of those. Although, to be fair with Evans, I mean, he's obviously not doing a lot wrong because he was on the England Lions tour during the winter, wasn't he?
White ball, yes.
White ball, yeah.
I think probably, if you looked at his first class record, probably hasn't scored enough runs. But still a very good player. And as I say, what an opportunity this is for him.
Average is 29 first class.
You see, Ian Holland it is. So he has switched ends now, makes sense. He'll come in from the castle end now over the wicket to Jamie Smith, and Smith is beaten. Good delivery again from Holland and taken by McManus, moving away to his right hand side. But yeah, so what an opportunity this is, and it looked very good yesterday, Laurie Evans. Shaped up very well in the first innings against Essex. I think he decided in the second innings against Harmer that Harmer was going to bowl him a ball at any point that could spit and bounce and hit his glove. So second ball, he just charged down the wicket at him and missed it and was stumped. But I thought he played very well yesterday, coming in at a tough time. Jamie Smith very solid at the other end. 83 for 5, Surrey, for 4 runs this morning as Holland is into Smith, beats him again. Good delivery, good length. I think he's swinging it again. Pushing forward there was Jamie Smith.
I loved his answer last night when he got. I said to him, I sort of asked him very quickly about his 4 dismissals, and I said, "Oh, you got Jason Roy out, LBW not playing the shot." He said, "Yeah, I was trying to bowl the outswinger of that one, and it was an in-swinger."
Yeah, he seemed a lovely fella.
He's top man.
Sort of listening in under the tree. See, Alex Stewart's got his own bench today, sat down there at the castle end. As over the wicket once again is Holland. Forward goes Smith, pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
No problem social distancing where he is.
No, he's down there on his own, watching from sort of behind the bowler's arm. I went to find the castle this morning, and I did find the castle this morning.
Perched up on the hill?
Yes, because we can't see it from here. We can just see the flag on the flagpole beyond the trees. But I wandered into Arundel this morning, had a cup of coffee. It's only a 10-minute walk. It's about 40 minutes back because it's uphill. But it is lovely down there. Holland over the wicket he comes again. Smith is forward to a good length ball, pushing this one out into the offside. And again there's no run. Nice to see Robbie this morning as well, Mr. Robbie James with us today. Great to see Robbie.
Actually, listeners probably in this area might just about get there. He does, or has been doing lots of stuff for Express FM, which is mainly in the Portsmouth area. But I'm not sure if it stretches quite this far.
Good cricketer in his own right, Robbie.
Formerly of the Hampshire Academy.
Exactly. Proper cricketer, J-Mo. As over the wicket once again comes Holland. This one's left alone outside his off stump. And McManus takes that one away to his left-hand side. And we didn't have an opportunity yesterday, but at some point today we will discuss the runs you've scored at Arundel.
Well, it won't take long.
Well, no, it will, because I think, well, if we go through it, which you have...
in anticipation of being asked, can I say?
Your average here is not bad, is it?
I'm surprised.
But as you said yesterday, they're normally quite flat.
Yeah, they're flat wicket.
So, only joking. As here is Holland once again. Comes over the wicket to Smith. Smith is forward, pushing this one straight back up the pitch. And again, there is no run. Solid start from Surrey. Tight start from Hampshire. And Surrey, 83 for 5. And fingers crossed we're going to be okay with the weather today. It's got a little bit gloomier since we started, but light was an issue yesterday as well. I know we had some rain, but light was an issue yesterday with the trees. All round the ground, it gets very gloomy here.
It's the only problem you could even begin to think of with a ground like this. This ground as lovely as this, it's just the light factor. Which, of course, they had problems at the Aegeus just down the road yesterday. If you're watching the live feed, there is a camera sort of fairly square, which is just to the right as we look, and it's quite interesting when it goes to the sort of panning out there. The outfield looks very coarse and grey. And white, not grey, more white. Believe me, it doesn't look quite as white as that as it does on the picture. Here's Brad Wheel, and slightly short. He gets an inside edge, does Laurie Evans, into his pads. It goes out on the offside.
Oh, two friends are there again, the ball retrieval gentlemen.
There they are.
I think it's a very clever bit of thinking, that, because, as we were saying yesterday, a wait for Laurie Evans through the covers. If he drives one, it goes straight over the boundary and down a slope. So there are two members of the ground staff with their gloves on, sat in chairs ready to go and retrieve the ball. Otherwise, we
could be all night
till next week.
Yes, we could. Wheel runs away from us again, bowling to Laurie Evans, who drives through the covers. Oh, don't run after that one. That's 4 runs. Beautifully timed shot, slightly over pitch there from Brad Wheel.
He's driving well. Laurie Evans, everything's in the right place, and it's aggressive driving as well, isn't it? He's not just leaning on that. He's giving that absolutely everything.
Some power behind that shot, isn't there?
That's his 8th boundary in 43 now.
87 for 5. A little bit of width as well there from Brad Wheel. Yes, going back to those ball spots. I mean, if you don't know this ground, where we are is on a bank and quite a steep slope into the actual playing surface, which is lovely and flat, and it's beautiful. So we've got a slightly elevated view. But as you go to the far end of the ground, and especially the corner as we look straight to the left of the play, it does go away quite. It dips away quite badly. So yes, any ball that's hit with any pace over the rope is going to fall down a bank and into some trees, and I can imagine it. I've never been over that side of the ground for some reason, even though I've played here quite a few times. I wouldn't even know what's there, but there's definitely a slope, quite a big one.
And it goes all the way down and then comes up again towards the gap in the trees where everybody goes to have a look at the South Downs.
Quite.
But yeah, that's why those 2 members of the ground staff are sat there. But that one from Laurie Evans was driven through a wideish mid-off, wasn't it? So
I must admit, my impression of Laurie Evans over the years is that he is a fabulous front foot player. I think when you've got somebody that's a little bit quicker, bowling a bit short at him, he doesn't quite play it as well. I think that's probably why he's probably more of a white ball player than a red ball. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Yes, that red ball average of 29 for a 32-year-old who's been around for a while is. You'd want that 30 plus, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think 2013 was his year at Warwickshire, his big breakthrough year at Warwickshire, and he went on the England Lions tour to Australia during the winter. He was in the bubble at the start with the one-day squad, and he's always looked a really good player. He's one of those that makes you sit up and watch.
Oh gosh, he can play. There's no doubt about it. Wheel bowls. There's a drive. It's in the air through the vacant gully area, and that is going down towards that area where it will fall away down the slope. The ball spotter with the red shirt on is there, and actually, it must have lodged at the bottom of a tree because he actually got that very quickly indeed. 4 runs, slightly streaky shot. I think a gully fielder would have probably snaffled that up, but there isn't one. There's no third man either. So that's 4 runs.
I'm looking for work during the winter. Now, if there are overseas tours, I'm quite happy to be the ball retriever. I'll travel. I'll sit there at a test match ground with my gloves on. Go and get the ball when it goes over the boundary rope.
Be a bit colder than it is today.
I'm happy to do that. Well, overseas I'd be all right.
Oh, overseas,
that's
yes,
what I'm saying. For the winter, I can travel.
Yeah.
Just pack some gloves.
You were talking about that bubble. He did play in some of the warm-up games, didn't he, at the Aegeus. Here's Wheel again. Oh, there's a bit of extra bounce there outside the off-stump. He is getting it straight a little bit there, Wheel. I think Laurie Evans probably just about pulled the bat inside. Played for Team Moeen against Team Morgan in a one-day game. Got 39. James Vince against Team Moeen. Got 24 there. Played for the England Lions against Ireland in that warm-up game. Got 18.
I like the fact he's played for James Vince.
Yeah.
It's quite good if you get a team named after you, isn't
it? Yeah.
It's all right.
That must be important.
Yeah, you've done all right if you get a team named after you.
Here's Wheel again. Evans drives thick outside edge along the ground, just backward a point here. That's going for 4 more. Just to the left as we look of the area where the boundary before went to. The ball spotter didn't need to get up for that one. He stayed in his chair, and that was quite an expensive over. Good over there for Surrey. And even though I can't see the board, I would say it's 95 for 5.
You would be correct, sir. And Laurie Evans is 50 as well with that boundary, which out of that 95 for 5 is a very good effort. He's moved on to 51. And in that 50, 10 boundaries as well. But no, a very, very good innings from Laurie Evans. And his first 50 back with Surrey since that low move, well, for the last game. So his first 50 for Surrey since 2010, Kevin James, which is when he left to go to Warwickshire.
Great spot. So those 51 runs will come off 64 balls, 10-4. Strike rate of 79 runs per 100 balls, which is quite high. Jason Roy was 80, but he didn't last long. I just love the wide view. I mean, it looks like we've had a hailstone shower on the wide view angle of the ground.
Well, it's a camera that's up a tree, isn't it? Because we've seen it strapped up the tree, that camera. Here's Holland from the castle end to Jamie Smith down the leg side. And did that hit thigh guard? I think it probably did. McManus got a glove to it diving away. No, nothing on it. Buys the signal. And Laurie Evans comes on to strike for the first time here to Holland from the castle end. He faced those first 4 balls from Holland from the park end, which is where we're sat. See the players there under their little gazebo away to our right. Then there's a massive marquee for lunch for the players away to our right. Surrey Physio and Hampshire Physio have got their own tents as well. Holland is over the wicket to Laurie Evans, and Evans turns this one into the leg side, and there will be no run. So Laurie Evans 51, Jamie Smith is on 7, and Surrey 96 now for 5, and these two came together with the score on 36, so they've added 60 valuable runs for Surrey. The majority yesterday, of course. As the right-handed Evans stands with that bat raised as Holland's in, good length ball, and Laurie Evans just lets it go outside his off stump. The other thing with these runs from Laurie Evans is they've come at a very tough time. You know, coming in at 36 for 5 to then hit 51 of a partnership of 60 shows how he's dominated. But Jamie Smith's played very sensibly at the other end. Sam North East up there directing traffic at mid-off. Did a very good podcast during lockdown, Sam North East, with Will McPherson and young Vish from the Independent. As forward goes Laurie Evans and pushes this one out into the offside. He's very good, Mr. North East, at all the broadcasting stuff.
He's very good, actually. Yeah, he's keen to do sort of one with us, actually, which we've got to try and sort out. But it's difficult, isn't it? We can't get near the players with these bubbles and
it's very tough,
these zones that are marked out on grounds. I mean, it's very difficult to get near anybody.
Yep. 3 slips in there for Evans. Over the wicket comes Holland to him, and Evans off the back foot punches straight out to Felix Organ in there at extra cover. I queued up behind Mr. Organ this morning to get my temperature taken.
Oh yes.
He does look very young, doesn't he?
Yes.
I knew he was young, but he looks young as well out there at extra cover.
Well, he's only 21.
Yeah, I know, but he does look very young. He queued up for his temperature check this morning. I was bang on again on the old temperature this morning.
What's bang on?
As in over the wicket once again is Holland, turned leg side by Laurie Evans. I think it was 36.2 this morning, my temperature, which is what it was yesterday.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, so very, very consistent. Maiden over there from Holland, just a buy in it. And Surrey 96 for 5. So yes, I bought my own thermometer as well, Kevin James.
That's a bit over the top.
Yeah, I did. I bought my own thermometer. Haven't used it, mind, but I bought one just in case.
30 overs completed of the Surrey innings. Laurie Evans then with 51 not out. Top scorer so far. Mock Stoneman yesterday with 21. Second top scorer. He got away to a flyer with 3 boundaries in the first over. Off this man bowling now. Brad Wheel comes in and bowls, and that's turned away on the leg side. Runs here behind square. They'll turn for 2. That couple is for Jamie Smith. Ian Holland coming off the fine leg boundary. And I noticed that Alex Stewart has now been joined by a few others. Was that all Surrey, all the Surrey contingent there at the bottom end of the ground?
I think so, yeah. I think he was trying to sit on his own.
If he wanted a quiet morning, he hasn't got one at the moment. 98 for 5 now, Surrey. Much quieter start to today than the start of play yesterday afternoon after we lost the morning session. There's a length ball which Smith gets well forward to, and the ball makes its way up to mid-off.
Yeah, there's plenty of places to go and hide here at Arundel if you want to. I think he was trying to get himself behind the bowler's arm, obviously, but a few of the Surrey players have gone on a sort of circuit of the ground. I think from this distance that might be Borthwick, Patel and Roy who've gone for a wander.
It's a big dog walker area actually, isn't it? I've noticed. Another length ball which Smith punches up to mid-off. Lots of people obviously love walking their dogs around here, don't they? Not actually on the ground, because there's lots of grounds in the grounds of Arundel Castle and the surrounds, but I get the feeling it's a bit of a meeting up point for people with a dog.
Yes, absolutely. And walking through Arundel this morning, lots of people around this morning in Arundel. The sun came out at one point. It's an awful lot of people having a cup of tea and reading the papers this morning in Arundel. Castle is magnificent. On top of the hill, walk past the cathedral as well.
It's lovely from the main road, isn't it, as you drive past. Outside the off stump, Smith leaves that one alone.
Yeah, because I didn't realise quite how quick it was to get into the centre of town from here. It is literally a 10-15 minute walk.
Yeah, I didn't realise. And it's beautiful as well, isn't it?
Absolutely
well.
gorgeous.
I could live here.
I'd love to live here. I bought my, as I said to you this morning, I bought my sort of Duke of Norfolk hat today, just to walk round in the vain hope in my head that I own it.
Wheel again then to Jamie Smith outside the off stump, well taken by Lewis McManus, just moving to his left as the ball just shapes and straightens after he goes past the boat. I could see you actually. I could see you in one of those sort of open top, old Morgan sort of cars with your racing goggles on and the scarf, that's stiff and goes out horizontally, either way, driving around the grounds.
Absolutely.
I can see
around
you
the
doing
estate.
That. Yeah.
Around the estate.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Sort of waving to everybody, going, "Oh, what?
Morning all."
Yeah. Morning, old boy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Wheel, bowls, and Smith pushes forward, thinks about a single, but as it goes out into the covers, there isn't one there. That is the end of the over. 98 for 5 then, Surrey, having resumed this morning on 79 for 5. And we have our first hygiene break.
We do indeed. But yeah, Jamie Smith's played very well here again. In difficult conditions. He is a very good young player. Those that know like this lad, like the look of this lad, I can see why. And there's Mornay Morcourt having a bit of a chat with Adi Birrell all the way to our right. So yeah, Mornay Morcourt flew back in, I think Monday, Tuesday this week. He's obviously done a bit of bowling before this game, but in a competitive environment, his last bowl would have been Surrey's last game of last season. So it's been a while since he's had a bowl. And Messrs Smith and Evans having a drink out there, the Hampshire players in a huddle. Drinks and hand sanitisation taking place. But yes, Jamie Smith, I'd be interested to see what you think, Joe, although you would have seen him last year.
I saw him last year in the 50 over game. I thought then he looked a really good player.
He is a very, very good player. And you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, obviously, but I remember with Ollie Pope, sort of, it's easy to say this now, but straight away with Ollie Pope, you thought, cool, blimey, this lad looks good.
Yeah.
And we were, funny enough, we were talking about the fact that, of course, he made his first 100 for Surrey at the Ageas Bowl against Hampshire. Do you remember that? The game where it rained, and him and Ben Folkes both made hundreds on the final day in a rain-curtailed game. And Smith's sort of another one that you just sit there and you think,
good player.
Yeah. And the other thing is he's a very good wicket-keeper as well.
Might struggle to get in front of Ben Folkes, just needs hopes that Folkes gets in the England side.
Well, you've got to hope that Ben Folkes at some point this summer plays any cricket, poor lad. He hasn't played a game yet. It's going to be Holland to continue after our first sanitisation break from the Castle End, coming into Laurie Evans. And Evans driving. Oh, now was that bottom of bat on turf? Yes, that's what they went up for, the noise. But he was driving again, was Laurie Evans, but it looked like that was the bottom of his bat hitting the pitch rather than the outside edge. But a big old shout from the slip cordon, clearing their lungs for the first time properly today. But Evans remains on 51 and Surrey remain 98 for 5.
Again, it's Ian Holland that looks most likely to take a wicket, isn't it?
Absolutely. He bustles in again. Holland, whippy action. Over the wicket he comes, and in behind a shorter length delivery goes Laurie Evans, pushes this one out to Felix Organ. They're at extra cover and there's no run. Yeah, Holland, well, he's just used the conditions really well. Getting it to swing yesterday, getting a bit of swing this morning. All the stewards down there, I think it's all the Sussex stewards, isn't it? I recognise all the stewards from when we come here, obviously to Arundel and to Hove, have all come down to do the job. As over the wicket comes Holland again, cut for 4 by Laurie Evans. Little short, little wham, Bob, many of those. Holland and Laurie Evans cuts it away for 4, and the 100 comes up for Surrey. 102 for 5. I think that takes Laurie Evans now on to 55. His 11th boundary in this 55. 102 for 5. But again, very positive Laurie Evans. He sort of seized on any opportunity really so far in this innings. And that one was a little bit shorter from Holland. He hadn't bowled many of them. And Laurie Evans cut it away through backward point for 4. He's an attractive player to watch, Laurie Evans. It's all action. Shouts from extra cover. Bit of encouragement. As Holland past umpire Billy Taylor to Evans, who's working this one into the leg side. The chase is on. Will the ball retrieval man need to come into play? It's over the rope and away for 4. And Laurie Evans again just seizes on the scoring opportunity, tucks it away for 4 more. 12th boundary for Laurie Evans. Moves on to 59 now. Sorry, ticking along this. Well, Laurie Evans ticking along this morning. 106 now for 5.
Yes, conditions are a little bit easier out there. There isn't quite so much swing for the bowlers, not quite so much seam movement, and the bounce is such, isn't it, that you trust it. You trust the bounce, and it's quite easy to work away if the ball's not quite in the right areas.
He's got rid of a slip now because James Fuller's come out from 3rd slip into mid-wicket. Harry Kane chased after that, but just about beat him over the boundary rope. Tom Alsop at 1st slip, hands on his knees. This one turned again by Evans. The reaction is he's taken that off the stumps. As Kane comes round to do the fielding, he'll get a single, and that will take Laurie Evans on to 60 and move Surrey on to 107 for 5. So ticking along this morning. Started the day Surrey 79 for 5 and now 107 for 5.
Good little period here. Evans is on a bit of a roll.
Fuller.
He's in the groove.
Yes. Who was it? Was it Madonna who sung a song about three slips because Fuller comes back in at 3rd. Holland is in to Smith, and this is down the leg side. Now this will annoy Hampshire. That's down the leg side for 4 byes. That will annoy Hampshire. Little bit scrappy. And away for 4 byes. But I think because of the way that Laurie Evans has played this morning, that's happening. So it's 111 for 5. Surrey at the end of the over. I think it was Madonna, wasn't it? Talked about getting into the groove.
Yes.
Much like Laurie Evans this morning. Don't know whether she was sort of
Maybe it was based around that.
Well, I was saying maybe she predicted this innings from Laurie Evans all those years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know whether she is a big Laurie Evans fan.
Well, I think we all are watching this at the moment.
It's entertaining.
It is.
Possibly more entertaining than watching Madonna these days.
Well, not falling off the stage.
Wow, that was fun. Yes.
Not sure how many times Laurie's done that.
No. Or worn that outfit.
Here's Brad Wheel again then. Right arm over, and that's off the back
Shot.
foot. That's a sweet shot off the back of, is that Jamie Smith this time?
That's Evans
Or
again.
is it Evans again? Oh, I should have known, shouldn't I? A shot like that from what we've already seen this morning. And Laurie Evans is, the ball seems to be glued to the middle of his bat.
That for me is the best shot he's played, in the fact that,
That's beautiful
as you
shot.
were saying, most of his boundaries come off the front foot. That one, he's up on his toes, punching that off the back foot through the covers. That's a lovely
Yeah.
shot from Laurie Evans.
Hampshire have got to find an answer here from somewhere. I'm not sure they'll use James Fuller. He's been a little bit expensive already in this game. 2 overs for 17. He might have to bring on a spinner here. Here's Wheel, bowls, and Evans punches that up to mid-on, fielded by North East, who I'm sure at the moment he's got lots of ideas going through his head, but I think he feels that, I'm sure he's feeling that he needs a change, something. He's got to change something here. It's at the moment, it's too easy for Evans. Smith can just sit back and enjoy the ride, not under any pressure. Laurie Evans is doing all the scoring. Evans is finding that easy. Hampshire have to find an answer. Here's Wheel again. He's trying to pull that away on the leg side. Shout for a catch down the leg side. Certainly Lewis McManus threw the ball up very late, in fact almost after the appeal had subsided.
That was good from McManus, wasn't it?
Mind you, he was on the floor initially, wasn't he, taking the ball, so I suppose he couldn't really throw the ball up too quickly, but I don't think anybody, even from this distance, believed that that's hit the bat. Got to try something at the moment, though.
It's an interesting little passage of play, this, for Laurie Evans as well, because he'll be feeling $1 million at the moment. What he doesn't want to do,
Let's get out.
get out. That's the thing. But the way he's playing, he's going to play some shots here.
Yeah. Here he is facing Wheel once more, and Evans tries to dab that away in the offside, plays and misses. Ooh, here he is. See, he is getting just a bit carried away there, because before he'd be on the back foot, in behind the line, hit through the ball. What's he doing there? Standing where he is and just trying to open the face of the bat from away from the body, and he's changing, and that's not what's got him run so far.
Yeah, he's just trying to be too clever there.
Yes, yeah. And maybe with such a talented individual, maybe that over the years that's probably been his downfall a little bit. See, a lot of batsmen do that, don't they? They find it that things are going so well, they think they can, oh, actually, well, I'm doing this, but why don't I try this now? And don't carry on playing the same way that they have outside the off stump. That's a better sight for Alex Stewart, I'm sure, on the boundary, seeing him leave it outside off stump.
Well, it's fascinating. Some days Laurie Evans will nick that, and that'll be that cut off in his prime.
You just think, what have you done? You've wasted.
But today, you need a little bit of luck sometimes. He hasn't nicked that, and very next ball he's gone back to. So it may just be that one little shot there just gets him sort of back into focus, because he's playing beautifully here. He really has.
A couple of you on the tweets this morning. I'll come to that in a moment as Wheel bowls, and Evans just pushes that to short point. He was setting off. Fuller came in quickly from gully. No, said Jamie Smith. And that's the end of the over. A couple of you on the tweets. At Solent Sports is one way to get in touch with us. At Back and Across if you want to get in touch with Mark Church, or solentcricket@gmail.com. Joe says, sounds like scoring is a bit too easy this morning. Yesterday was all about wickets and today is all about boundaries. It's a bit of variety, can't complain about that. Dave Allen, who was with us yesterday, good morning both. It started raining in sunny Southsea. Hope it's not on its way east.
Love Southsea.
You love Southsea as well? Did you?
I lived in Southsea for a year when I was doing my, you'll enjoy this, my postgraduate broadcast journalism course.
Did you? Did you actually train for this?
Well, not this. What, sitting under a tent with you? I don't think any, I'll be honest with you, J-Mo, I don't think any training would have prepared me for that.
Well, that's about an 8-year course.
Exactly. Holland is over the wicket to Jamie Smith. Shot again from Smith. Bit short from Holland. And Jamie Smith has just rocked onto the back foot and punched this one beautifully through the covers. Good little passage of play, this, from a Surrey point of view. Yeah. Just giving Sam North East a bit to think about, and Jamie Smith moves on to 13. The other thing Sam North East to think about is these runs are coming quite quickly at the moment.
It's too quick at the moment. You can't go to lunch with Surrey scoring like this, and I'm sure, and Sam North East will know that, of course, better than anybody. I'm sure that he'll have a response. I mean, to be fair, I mean, there's some good shots being played out there, but we know it's that sort of wicket. It's good for batting on here. Always has been.
And with this outfield as well, it's like lightning. Smith is in behind a shorter length delivery from Holland. Pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. But it is absolute lightning, this outfield.
I mean, Surrey have scored 21. What's the total at the moment? 21.
119, I think.
21, 31. So 40 runs. Well, they scored a run a minute. Which I have to say, I'm surprised. It feels more than that. But there's a high percentage of boundaries, isn't it, to go with the dot balls.
It's over the wicket once again comes Holland, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Jamie Smith. Well, there's a high percentage of boundaries in this Surrey innings, out of this total of 119. It's been entertaining stuff. It really has.
It has.
With the wickets yesterday and runs today, this is great stuff.
Yeah. The thing is, it doesn't matter how good the wicket is, doesn't matter how fast an outfield is. There's too many boundaries being scored, and that's a problem. Not for Surrey.
As Holland is past umpire Billy Taylor, right arm over the wicket to Smith on a goodish length, pushes away down to backward point. I think Laurie Evans wants a bit of tape for his bat here. Just signalled up for some tape to his bat, so James Taylor is doing 12th man duties. He's wandering off to find the bat tape for Laurie Evans.
Just got a tweet here from Ben at Sonnet Sport. How many players are Hampshire missing for this game? Surrey have 12 unavailable. I counted up, actually, Hampshire are missing 8, if you include everybody that would have started the season on April the 1st. April the 1st? April the 6th, or whatever it was.
Absolutely.
8.
I think if you count that, Surrey are missing possibly a couple more than 12, in fact. Amler would have been here by now. As over the wicket comes Holland, and using his feet to touch here is Jamie Smith to get out the crease and push that one out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
I see Surrey say officially they're still trying to get Amler over.
Yeah, they are. I think it's going to be tough work that getting him out South Africa, I think, at the moment. I suppose if they could work something to get him here, even if it's just for 2020, he's still, even in 2020, Hashim Amla's still a hell of a player if you can get a hold of him. They're just dropping a man deep out. Kame is off towards deep backward square here for Holland, who's over the wicket to Jamie Smith with a shorter length delivery that Jamie Smith is just tucking off his hip, and that rolls away into the leg side, and there is no run. So Surrey 119 for 5. Evans 64 has included 13 boundaries. Smith's 13 has included 2 boundaries, and well, I think it was 4 from Stoneman yesterday in his 21, 5 from Stoneman, so we've had 5, 6, 7, 9, 22, so 88 out of 119 runs in boundaries.
That's too many.
So that's sort of the proportion of boundaries. We're just waiting for Laurie Evans' bat tape. So it must be one of his favourite bats. So James Taylor now genuinely looks like a surgeon because he's got some scissors as well. So he's running out with scissors, tape. Nico Reef has got something as well. This must be a favourite bat of Laurie Evans. And he's been hitting boundaries, and maybe he's just got a crack in it now.
I was going to say, even if it started the day and it wasn't, I should think after the way he's been playing. It's Tom Scriven looks like who's coming into the attack. Now, I'll tell you what, I watched him bowl yesterday. He's only a youngster as well. I mean, how many youngsters are playing in this competition up and down the country that you wouldn't normally be seeing? He played one T20 game a couple of years ago against Gloucestershire. Bowled the 1 over, didn't bat. He's an all-rounder. And I have to say, watching him bowl yesterday, I thought, oh, this guy looks like he's put on half a yard, quarter of a yard, half a yard. Looks as like he hits the deck a little bit more than he did. I think he looks, just on the few overs he bowled yesterday, and he bowled 4 overs for 9. I thought, this guy looks as though he could develop into quite a decent all-rounder.
Yeah, no, he bowled okay yesterday.
Steady, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably somebody that bowls, he hits the deck a little bit more than Ian Holland, but probably About the same pace.
Yeah, and he's what is he? 19?
He is.
He's played England under 19.
21.
21. So, yeah,
First class
making your
debut.
Yeah.
It's me, isn't it?
It is.
Here he is, right arm over, bowled, and that's pulled away, missed, and it's a diving stop by McManus behind the stumps.
I'm looking forward to when Harry Kane comes on to have a bowl. Because he made his debut, didn't he, against Surrey last year at the Oval.
He did.
And took wickets, I seem to remember.
Did he?
I think so.
He got about a 20-odd not out.
I seem to remember. Oh no, it was Organ, wasn't it? Sorry,
Organ, yeah.
Organ who took the wickets last year. So apologies.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Harry Kane bowl actually. Here's Scriven again, then runs away from us and bowls, and that's pushed out on the offside by Evans.
Apologies,
Fielded by Organ.
5 for 25 from Organ last year.
At the GS.
Yep. Hampshire winning that one by 272. Funny, I was saying to you, sort of games, I forget games completely. But that was a funny old game, isn't it? Hampshire 149, Surrey 162, Hampshire 436 in their second
Incredible.
innings.
That's a bit of bounce as it wraps. Evans on the pad, goes out on the onside.
I'll leave you at the end of this over.
Sure.
Robbie James is ready and waiting.
Joe's just got a little message for you, Mark. She says at Solent Sports, sorry to let Churchy know that one Surrey batsman has been dismissed this morning. Burns has gone in the test match.
Has he?
He's having a tough time, isn't he?
He is. Against Pakistan, he is. I think anybody would against that Pakistan attack.
Come to that in a moment. Ian East has also tweeted. Here's Scriven again then. And there's a drive, bottom hand off the bat as it goes straight out to Organ in the covers. Ian East says at Solent Sport, good partnership this between the launcher and the nerdler. Must have been their winter practice in the Garden Cricket Super League. Need to break this partnership. Did the Warrior make the Surrey team?
The Warriors sat right here now commentating. Ian. These are all those strange characters I had during the Garden Cricket. The Nudger, the Nerdler, the Maverick. The Warrior was based on me.
Oh, was
basically, yeah.
Scriven again then. Bowls, and that's another length ball which Evans punches up to mid-off.
This is going to sound the strangest thing to say about young Mr. Scriven, and his action isn't like it at all, but he has, just as he's about to let the ball go into the crease, there's a touch of Malinga. You know how Malinga had that little shuffle when he went wider, and now the action's nothing like Malinga, obviously.
Right,
But
not as low on.
No, but watch the little shuffle when he gets to the...
Okay, there's a lovely shot off the back foot from Evans. Punches that out to deep cover, and it looks like he's pinched the strike. Is that the end of the over? No, something's coming on though.
Yes.
Is there some sawdust? I think it is the end of the over. And the end of Mark Church for half an hour. Thank you very much, Mr. Church. More from Churchy shortly. I'm just trying to work out the score because it isn't easy. I think that's 120 for 5. Now Surrey, and Mark Church leaves, and Robbie James comes in alongside me. No relation. I have to keep saying that actually. I'm going to say that in my sleep soon. Every time I introduce Robbie James, I'll just say no relation. But here he is making his debut appearance this season. Not been with us before. How are you?
I'm good. I got my headphones in first time.
You did, good man.
It's a good start to the day.
You know this radio lot, don't you? Working for a community station up the road. And I say that because I think they've just tweeted. I think you might have seen that actually. Play Up Pompey's tweeted. Fantastic to know that Robbie James is living the dream by commentating on his beloved Hampshire cricket. Hope to hear Robbie on TMS in the near future.
Living the dream with you first, Kev.
Well, that's very kind of you. Here's I'll do this over then, shall I? And
Go
you
for
can warm up. And here's Holland then. Bowls to Evans, gets wrapped on the pad and he's gone. Well, that is a big wicket. He went for the Yorker there. It was very full. And Evans is trying to turn that away square on the leg side. Played right across it. And Hampshire, well, they've picked up their first wicket of the morning. And my word, did they need that.
They did. It looked out as well. It was full. I've been impressed with how Hampshire have committed to bowling really, really full this morning, and even they've been driven a few times, back foot and front foot from Laurie Evans, they've persisted with a full length. They've bowled pretty straight all morning, actually. Got the Surrey batsmen, both of them, coming forward, and that one too good for Laurie Evans. He's played really well this morning, was positive, which is difficult on a day like this, a morning like this, where it's sort of quite hazy and you always feel like there's going to be a ball with your name on it, but he played well, played positively, but he has to make way.
I'm just doubling checking his score because, as I say, we cannot see the scoreboard here. I've got him down as 64, so I am assuming 64 is his total. If it's slightly wrong, I apologise, but it is a bit of an effort, isn't it, to sort out. The Wi-Fi's not great here. The scoreboard we cannot see.
I love that.
Well, I'm glad you do.
First thing, who sort of? I was trying to think in the ground. Obviously, devastatingly no spectators. Who needs to see an instant score of everyone that's in here? I think it's us.
Out of everybody. I have to say, had I come to sort of this ground the day before, which I couldn't actually for various reasons, I might have looked at this tent and said, guys, can we just move it, please?
Problem is, there's not really anywhere to move it to unless we're on a hill, and I don't fancy that.
No, I agree. So the new man for Surrey, which I need to double check. Perhaps I need to go on the live stream, which might help me in a moment.
I think it's gonna be.
Where's Mr. Church when you need him? Mr. Church! Is Mr. Church around? Calling Mr. Church. Here's Ian Holland anyway. 4 slips, wait. Come in, and that's just pushed out square on the offside. Do you want to go and ask him?
I'll go find out.
Yeah, he'll find out. Again, there's no scorecards. You can't have scorecards because they pass from hand to hand, so that's a health risk. And Robbie James has just found out for us. Go on, Robbie.
Obviously, it's Gus Atkinson.
Of course it is.
Of course it is.
I thought I didn't recognise him.
That's because they're wearing jumpers.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't help with the name. So that's just another little problem we have. 22-year-old Chelsea man. I wonder if he supports Chelsea. Probably does. Here's Holland. Comes in, and that's outside the off stump. It's just came back a little bit to Atkinson. Made his first-class debut in the game against Essex in this competition. In fact, their last game against Essex, which they lost. So it is only his second first class.
Not seen too much of him. He'll have his work cut out this morning. What have we got? An hour and 15 minutes or so to lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't Surrey be happy to have a bit of lunch at 1:10, only losing 1 wicket this morning?
They've had a good morning so far, haven't they? Yes, we're playing till 1:10 because we lost overs yesterday, so we're making up 10 minutes each session. Atkinson's on the, playing from the crease really, punches that up to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, so 1:10, and then effectively an extra 10 minutes in the afternoon, but usually with the overs that are bowled. Tea's always late anyway, we probably won't even notice that.
What have you made of the morning so far?
I think it's been a good one for Surrey. I think Hampshire just leaked too many boundaries, don't you?
I do, but I think Surrey have played good shots. I think Hampshire have done well to keep bowling full. They've not hit the pitch too hard.
No. Oh, no, they haven't bowled rubbish by no stretch of imagination. It's outside the off stump. A little bit of extra bounce there, a bit of extra effort there from Ian Holland, but left alone by the batsman. But I think I said earlier that it doesn't matter how good the pitch is, doesn't matter how fast the outfield, doesn't matter how good shots you're seeing. And Laurie Evans was in good nick, absolutely no doubt about that. But I think you can't be leaking boundaries the way Hampshire did there. I mean, if I was captain, if I just wouldn't want to see that many boundaries being scored quite quickly, the way they were. 65 actually Laurie Evans made at the end, just officially. That's outside the off stump and left alone. Total is 120 for 6.
Are you going with more men out on the boundary then?
Well, no, I would. Well, you have to defend. Yeah, you have to defend the boundary. That's for sure. I mean, as I say, I don't think the bowling was okay. I mean, I thought Laurie Evans played exceptionally. I mean, Jamie Smith's just happy to sort of play second fiddle, which is fine. But I just don't think it looks good when you're conceding boundaries like that. I mean, maybe I might have tried to. It's difficult. In these overcast conditions. I mean, although the clouds are a little bit higher today, but it's a very sultry sort of day still, isn't it? That I don't know. Maybe an over 2 spin. I don't know, but I think somewhere along the line you can't have boundaries being scored the way they were, because there was hardly any 1s or 2s. It was just boundaries, wasn't it?
Something different.
Yeah.
Well, I think the umpires have just taken a reading of the light. They're going to stay on. It's going to be Tom Scriven. bowling to Jamie Smith. Here he is, running away from us. He bowls, and Smith lets that go outside the off stump. Been impressed seeing Scriven bowl. He's got a sort of lets the ball go a bit quicker than you think he's going to let it go. Sort of hustles in, doesn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's quite a busy bowler, isn't he? I like that. I like bowlers like that.
Got blonde hair, short blonde hair, white shoes, not something we're used to seeing, with a bit of black on them. Here he is, short sleeve shirt, running away from us, bowls, and Smith's pushing forward. Scriven nearly gets to field off his own bowling, but no run.
So he's was he around?
Yeah.
He was around when you were around.
He was more of a batsman.
Yeah,
and he didn't play that much because he had quite a lot of injuries as a youngster. From the Isle of Wight, if my memory serves me correct. But he was always a good player. Committed. Here he is, running again, away from us, bowls, and that's straighter to Jamie Smith. He's working that off his hips down to fine leg. That'll pick up a single. And Ian Holland will do the fielding. Cap off for Ian Holland. As the cloud seems to have got a little higher than it was half an hour ago. Patches of dark cloud, patches of white cloud. The trees very much still, as is the flag. The one flag I can see directly in front of us. No movement whatsoever. Pretty still morning, pretty humid, pretty muggy. And there's a pretty dry looking outfield in front of us. Even drier looking wicket. Here's Scriven again, running away from us, bowls. Atkinson is driving. I think he gets an inside edge there. That was really full, and it's gone past Lewis McManus. It's gone down to the fine leg boundary, and Holland will cut it off, and they'll pick up a couple, but that was sort of seemed to be almost Yorker length. He dug it out, but got an inside edge past McManus's left foot. They picked up a couple of runs.
Yeah, the problem with the trees here is that it gives it a dark feel, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So unless the sun's out, the trees make it just feel a little bit darker than perhaps the light should be.
Parched outfield. Scriven again. Bowls to Atkinson, who's solid in defence. Pushing forward out of the offside, no run. How's your night last night? Big Saturday night?
Big Saturday night. Probably I'm too old for that sort of thing.
Come on.
No, I drove back home. No, to be honest, it's I was here for a while working, as was Will, the press officer at Hampshire. We were here trying to sort things out and that sort of thing. By the time I got home, I drove home. There wasn't much time to do anything, to be honest. Then up early, back.
Up early. It's a bit of a trek. Here's Scriven again. That's down the leg side. Nothing on it from Atkinson. End of the over. And I'd love to tell you the score. I'm going to guess it's 123 for 6.
Yeah, I think you're about right. That's as soon
2
as I
minutes
looked,
ago
I thought,
it was.
Yeah, all right. Good stat from Dave Allen. Thank you, Dave. At Solent Sports says Ian Holland's first 5 wickets in an innings in first-class matches. Well, of course, yesterday he passed 50 first-class wickets. So, and his first 5 for as well. So he's having a good game.
An impressive player. Whenever Hampshire seemed to have called on him, I remember last year when he was given the responsibility of opening the batting, he did well. Did sort of almost made it his own spot. Really, I don't think it was something that he was particularly experienced in doing, but he did a good job of opening the batting. And when they've called on him, he's often been as a sort of an extra bowler for Hampshire, and he's often delivered.
He's bowled well actually in the competition so far. And he's carrying on here. He's certainly doing his fair share of bowling in this Surrey innings. So who have we got here? We got Atkinson, haven't we, facing? I think. This is testing me. This is really testing me. Here's Holland. And that's cut away straight to point. Well fielded by Mason Crane.
I think it's
that
Smith.
Might be Smith. I think you're right. It is Smith. Yeah, no, you're right.
Wristband. Sweatband.
Yeah, you always look for little distinguishing marks. It was about a batsman with no board to help us. You have to look at little distinguishing features, don't you, on the batsman?
We're so lucky at the Aegea spot. There's so much on the scoreboard that we normally see.
I mean, you can literally do something and look up as the bowler's bowling and you know straight away who's batting.
Yeah.
Anyway, Smith it is, facing Holland. Holland bowls, and that's just tucked away down towards third man, all along the ground, perfectly safe. They'll come back for 2. Crane running after the ball once more, throws it in to Lewis McManus, and that will take the total on to 123, 125, 124. It's a nightmare, isn't it, as well? Because the Wi-Fi's not great here either,
It's not.
or the 4G. So actually, even the computers are behind. So apologies, we won't keep going on about it because at the end of the day, it gets a bit boring going on about it. But I just want you all to know how difficult it is for us and what a great job we're doing. Here's Holland, and Smith pushes that out into the covers, and there is no run. Did you play here?
I did. I played once here for a Duke of Norfolk side,
All right. Yeah.
playing against England deaf team. And as I mentioned off air earlier today, I remember getting hit with a lot of bouncers when I was batting at I don't think bowling went too well for me either because it's quite a flat pitch here. Bowling spin isn't great, got quite short boundaries, but I remember getting bounced out.
Did you?
Yeah. I don't remember it being that comfortable actually, to be honest. It was a hot day. I was young, didn't like batting as always.
Oh gosh. So not happy memories as Smith pushes forward, gets a thick outside edge. Again, it's running down towards third man. I think they'll pick up 2 once more. They do. Crane slides into that one. 2 more off the outside edge.
I would have thought I would have remembered how to get here. I saw a lot of Arundel this morning, let me tell you that. Saw a lot of Arundel, went up a lot of hills, and up and down a lot of hills.
Did the sat-nav not work?
No, it didn't.
Against A-level results,
Got an update to come to do for silent listeners on all frequencies on the south coast shortly. So I need to get the total right. Is it 127, do we reckon?
I'm going to say 125.
125? Okay, we'll go 125.
It would be better to just accept teachers' predicted grades.
And Ian Holland with 5 for 37 currently. Sorry, no, it's 127. It is 127.
For teachers and the confusion for parents. I've already heard from teachers saying that they've started working on the appeals process.
Ian Holland's working on the ball, ready to bowl again.
Find that their work is now,
Comes into bowl to Smith once more, and Smith off the back foot steers that out into the covers, and there's no run. No, so it is 120. See, I've just seen a couple of runs. Yeah, it is 127.
127, yeah.
And Holland 5 for 39. Got to get that right. He's got to get the score right.
Enough electricity to power the lights in the main swimming pool hall for more than 20 hours.
So that's the end of the over.
Department of Health and Social Care has
and we have had an hour's play here at Arundel, where Surrey have moved from 79 for 5 to 127 for 6. So I'll just keep talking until I do this update. Yeah, then we can. And then we can carry on. So it'll be Atkinson to face the next over. And it'll be Brad Wheel to come on to bowl. And here we go.
Arundel Castle Cricket Ground in West Sussex.
We've had an hour's play this morning. Surrey have gone from 79 for 5 to 127 for 6. They've scored quite freely this morning, quite a few boundaries. Laurie Evans looked in great nick, but after 50 minutes of play this morning was LBW to Ian Holland for 65. And that gave Ian Holland his 5th wicket. He has 5 for 39, and it is the first time that he's taken 5 wickets in first-class cricket. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
And if you miss live music during lockdown,
not a pro. Here's Scriven again, running away from us. Bowls, Atkinson pushing forward. Let's just beat an extra cover, and it's going to be a chase from mid-off down to the boundary, and they're going to cut the ball off. Slides, and they come back for 3. I think they've run in the end. That was a really quite a solid drive actually off the front foot. Timed it quite well. Got a big stride in through the covers, and they have picked up 3, haven't they?
I think they have.
Yes, they have picked up 3. So it's going to be Smith on strike. We're now into the 4th ball of the over. Seamless that, Jamie.
Makes a change. I was a few seconds over actually, which I probably should have kept quiet, shouldn't have done that.
Scriven bowls outside the off stump, and Smith lets that one go by. I tell you what, I know you're experienced with this, but it's exciting, all this temperature checking and everything on entry, isn't it? I'm really excited.
It's only exciting if you know you're below the required temperature.
Yeah. What were you? Anything exciting?
35 point something.
Oh, you're cold, Jamie.
Yeah, I don't know. What were you? 36?
36.2.
What was you? Oh,
yeah.
Warm-blooded.
Yeah. Heating on in the car. Scriven again. Running away from us. Bowls, and Smith is on the back foot. Playing that back down the wicket, no run, and Sam North East, Hampshire captain, just walks, very, very Sunday-like walk towards the ball, picks it up and gives it a little shine on his top.
I don't know what is the threshold temperature.
I don't know, so I sort of looked at the guy when he took my temperature and sort of went, yep, yep, that's good. But I didn't actually know. I thought, is that warm? I did feel warm.
Yeah, I don't know what the... is it 38 or something? Is it? I don't know.
Final ball of the over. Scriven bowls. And it's edged. And is he gone? He is gone! Scriven has a wicket this morning. Hampshire's second of the morning. It was pitched up. It was on fourth stump line. It was a bold drive from Smith. And he gets a thick edge through to Lewis McManus, who just had to take half a pace to his right to gather the ball. And that is another one down for Surrey. They're 7 down now, 130 for 7. And Scriven has 1 for 20 this morning at Arundel. And
first wicket, first class wicket for the youngster as well. I've been impressed with him. I quite like him, I must admit. I know there was a little bit of talk after the game at Radlett about whether he might play today. And I'm glad he has. And as I was saying, when I saw him playing that T20 game 2 years ago, definitely put on a little bit more pace. He definitely hits the deck a little bit more. He's not express pace by any stretch of the imagination. Just watching that ball on the feet,
beauty.
Just nipped away, didn't it? Just angled away. Smith was stuck on the crease there a little bit, wasn't he? He's playing the shot on the run. So feet nowhere near the pitch of the ball.
He bowls really quite tight to the stumps, Scriven, as well, and he's got quite a sort of a slit. He's got high arm, but it's a slingy arm, and that helps with that just getting the ball to move away. And I think it was partly off the seam, wasn't it? And it was also partly a bit of movement in the air. Started off on a straight line, sort of off stump, and then moved away. Like I said, fourth, fifth stump. It's a beauty.
Simple catch for Lewis McManus, but they still have to be taken. And yeah, beautiful. I tell you what, if he can produce balls like that, he's got a good career ahead of him. Mr. Church, just checking with Mr. Church. New batsman is
Morkel.
Morning Morkel. I should know that, shouldn't I? Because he's quite tall, and there aren't many as tall as him. But I didn't really look, if I'm honest.
Who was that? Was it Atkinson? Was it?
Was it?
Did I say Smith? Atkinson's.
Was it Atkinson gone? I think you could be right. It's very tough out there because they do look the same from here.
Okay. Morning Morkel takes his guard. Scriven's going to stay over the wicket, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Morning Morkel, who's got an arm guard on. He's got 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg, and he's facing up to Tom Scriven for his first ball now. Scriven is in, bowls down the leg side, bowling to a good delivery to a right-hander, I imagine. Slightly wayward for a left-hander, and Morkel easily lets that go, and it's the end of the over. A productive one for Hampshire, a productive one for Tom Scriven. 130 for 7.
No, you were right. It was Jamie Smith.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was, yeah.
I always think, I tell you what, it was quite interesting. I thought we will really find out what Tim Scriven's all about, because I thought if he'd have bounced Morkel first ball, you know what I mean? And then you're sort of saying, listen, this is me. I'm Tom Scriven. I don't care how many tests you played. I don't care how quick you bowl. Have one. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, that is asking for trouble, I know, when you come into bat, because I'm sure that would really upset Morkel. But I tell you what a statement that would have been if he'd bounced him first ball.
I would have loved to see it. You're going to have to get the ball pretty high to bounce Morning Morkel.
You certainly are. Anyway, it's Atkinson to face Holland. You certainly have got to dig it in deep, that's for sure, if you are going to. Well, forward there is Atkinson, and that's gone out into the covers. Just watched that ball to Morkel, actually. Again, he's got the shape, but he's just started it too straight, so that's why it went down the leg side. Nevertheless, Laurie Evans, 65, highlight of day 2 so far. Before he was LBW to Holland for 65, giving Ian Holland his first 5-wicket bag in first-class cricket, 5 for 39. The all-rounder currently comes in again. It's getting darker again. Oh, he's right to the pad. That looks close to me. Yes, he has to go. And Smith goes, and that's 6 wickets now for Ian Holland. And that looked at, even on our angle at third man, that looked out.
It did. I think probably the only question might have been whether or not Atkinson had got outside the line, but I don't think he had. It was again full from Ian Holland. That's how all of his wickets have come really in this innings. He's bowled full, he's bowled straight as well. He's given himself the best opportunity of getting a wicket, and on replay it's nipped back in, and I reckon, yeah, probably just about a good decision from Billy Taylor. And he's on his way. A flurry of wickets for Hampshire now this morning. They had to work hard in that first 45 minutes or so, but since then they've picked up 3 wickets this morning. 2 of them to Ian Holland, 1 of them to Tom Scriven, and Surrey at 8 down.
Just nipped back on him.
Did.
A little bit, didn't it? Yeah, I mean, I guess the only doubt maybe was did it bounce a little bit too much? I know there's not a huge amount of bounce here, but no, I don't think so. I think that's nipping back. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a few little bits there, doesn't it? But it's a beauty of a delivery, isn't it? It's a wicket-taking delivery, really.
It's umpire's call on review, for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I've got a huge strike in there, a stride in there's the Atkinson. So, new batsman for Surrey is Matt Dunn. Thank you very much, Mr. Church, who's working even when he's not on.
How good to have Mark Church here.
Oh, it's good to have
Hero.
him. Always good to have him. Always welcome. It's Mr. Church. So, Hampshire fighting back here.
They are, and I think they're going to need these wickets as quickly. I mean, it sounds obvious, but they are going to need these wickets as quickly as possible, because I reckon there's a ball with your name on it on this pitch. I think it's on. If the bowlers are patient, you pitch the ball up, and you bowl straight as well. I reckon it's a difficult pitch to say you're in on.
It's definitely a pitch-it-up pitch, isn't it? Here's Holland bowls to Dunn, who leaves that alone outside the off stump. I reckon it's raining.
It is. There are some drops.
We have some rain.
Clouds are high.
Yep. But it is raining. I have to say, I did see a bit of a shower on my app this morning. I think it's probably coming a little bit earlier than I thought. But yeah, the rain I had was a little bit later. But anyway, outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Dunn, the left-hander. So I have Surrey 130 for 8.
130 for 8.
Yep.
Haven't been around for a little while.
So 2 wickets on 130, and Surrey have lost 3 for 10 after those flurry of runs, mainly off the bat of Laurie Evans. Always playing a missing outside the off stump. Ian Holland was 6 for 39 currently. Well, it's easier to say he's been the pick of the bowlers because he's got 6 wickets, but actually he has, hasn't he? He's looked the most likely to pick up wickets.
He has, and I think it's partly down to he's got quite a skiddy action. He's not a tall bowler.
No.
Pitches the ball up, and I think someone like Tom Scriven as well is a pretty good bet on a pitch like this.
Be interesting in Morecambe. Morecambe might have to pitch it up a bit more than his normal length. Dunn's on the back foot, not convincingly pushes that out into the covers, and that is the end of the over. The umpires, I'm sure, are going to have a chat here, because for me, I don't know about you, Robbie, I would say that it's enough that they would come off. What do you reckon?
Well, I think it depends on whether or not it's going to stick around. It's hard to know with these clouds, because it could well just pass by, because the clouds haven't really changed from how they've looked this morning. They're still fairly high. They're not dark, but it's not bright cloud by any means, but they are coming off. The umpires have obviously decided that they think it is going to set in for a little bit. It'll stick around, so the players they're not running off by any means. They're just got a slow walk on, both batsmen as well. The umpires are taking the stumps out to allow the covers to come on. It's sort of a sheet cover on the back of a tractor at the moment on the way onto the square. A few sheet covers as well getting pulled on by the ground staff. It's frustrating because it's hard to know whether or not it'll pass quickly. I think it'll either set in for quite a while, or maybe we'll be back on in 10 minutes. Who knows?
So the covers are coming on, and Hampshire then have Surrey 130 for 8. Surrey have added 51 so far this morning, for the loss of Evans for 65, Smith for 18, and Atkinson for 5, and 6 wickets for Ian Holland, and a wicket for young Tom Scriven, his first class wicket on his debut. So the matting is coming out, the tarpaulins are coming out, and we will have a break in play. For how long, I think it's going to be very difficult to work out.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be... Well, the fact that they're bringing the covers on for the run-ups suggests that they think it might be sticking around a little bit longer than we would have hoped, this rain, but well, time will tell. The clouds, like I said, they are high, and the only problem is that there's not much wind to blow this across, so we might have a little bit of a wait on our hands, but I reckon just about after the last 20 minutes, Hampshire's morning.
Certainly is. I think we'll take a break, and myself, Robbie James and Mark Church will be back with you as soon as there's any play. I would suggest that if they're off, probably even for 15 minutes or so, we might even take an early lunch. But rest assured, via the live stream and also online via the BBC website, as soon as play recommences, we'll be back with you.
Someone with a BMW has left their windows down the alarm. I'm sorry. I've got a BMW. Nothing definitely got me with a BMW. And the XM. What's the vehicle? It's a BMW and XM. I haven't got one on the ground. You've got about 10 of them. Oh, well, right. I've got one. Oh, Jeffrey. There's a golden Labrador. He's left the windows down. That's as far as south as you go, right? No. Is he left the dog? What are you doing announcing on the microphone? I think we know who it is. Oh, we know who it is. Well, I think it's disappeared. We don't know where he is now. We know it's his car, his dog, but we don't know where he is. Ah. He can't be far. He's left the dog in there very long. Yeah.
Can I bring him in? Is that all right? Yeah. I've got a lead, yeah. No, I'll sorry. Double click to stop the alarm train. So anyway, I'll come down right away. Sorry about that. Right. So I'll go. No, I mean, to be honest, if it starts wandering around the tent. It's a really nice name. It just looks like it. But did you see that Pakistani batsman? He really starts running around his name. He hasn't played for about 5 or 6 years. and he was right, I mean, literally, I mean, he was well out of his foot, well out.
Yeah, there's a car park, the gentleman for the dog and the car,
and
on their way down.
not in the capacity, he was like this. The dog, as soon as the dog moved, he did move on. Actually, it was raining cars.
Yeah, tell Rocky and it's okay.
What's in yes. And we've got more from start. Business rolling 5 years time. Katsu.
Sorry, I took one out.
No, mate, no, don't mate, no, because this is mine over here, but that's why that's for that side. Well, I'm going to sit over there. Robbie, what do you want to do next week, mate? Do you want to do the summer?
Yeah, I can do either suit best. Okay.
Well, let's, for now, let's just say Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, if it's any more, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to find out exactly when the lessons are doing.
well, no, I knew which one you'd have to check. I was debating with like the word No, do that. No. What about that one now? That's his spelling. I've got one of those.
Things being work-wise for you?
Well, variable.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I mean, when school is a lot of but we've still got sort of going, really.
It's good that you can't go with all the Saturday shows and everything.
Yeah, we had him put himself on the Saturday show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I think also the very responsive good bloke. Does a lot. I think for something real, like all these cats are really it's good with no sense about it. What does he do?
Yeah.
So, himself on drive for a Friday.
Did he put himself up? I was going to say, because he's doing quite a few Fridays.
Well, I say he put himself, I don't know if it was a management decision. So he does Fridays because he doesn't know doing it.
Oh, really?
Well, because he knows that the football's around the corner, so he doesn't know doing it.
Yeah.
And he's typical Adam that he does it for free. So that sort of gave him the reason to do there. So anyway, that was quiet during lockdown, and then obviously the football started again, so that was alright. The football started, it sort of almost getting back to normal, but we're really down. I mean, we had, so it was me, him, and Andy Moore. Only been got one day with 2 weeks, so we're like effectively 2.8 people at school.
Yeah.
But we used to have Ian Wilding and Jordan.
Is Jordan gone as well?
Well, they're doing the open team actually. They're also doing a bit more now on doing football.
Yeah.
But during lockdown and sort of, even when the football started, they were hardly doing anything. They're doing the odd shift in the evening, but so they've gone from like school doing internships. So that's all. So that so it's really popular. But then there wasn't so much going on, so we didn't need them.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah, is it going to reckon will it be similar with non-league games and that?
Adam has to get every single clean-up shift Sunday.
Really?
Whereas that was never. So I don't know, but I mean, as a station we are Picked the wrong day, mate.